Alrighty, hello gamers, hello. What's up, hello. It's time to cook, as always. Time to cook big time. Also, hey Nomis, hey Boomer, hello. And good luck on dog. The stream XP is a new thing. I think it's been here for like a couple of weeks maybe. Something like that. I'm still not sure if it's a good idea, but hey, it's here. It does something, I suppose. Yo, welcome on the other side, Nomis, hello. I'm still doing sickness. Ah, it sounds like you're about to fight dog. Are you playing Inferno or Normal Calamity? Alright, sorry, I'm back. Infernum, ooh. Based. I love Infernum. Bro, I probably need to go back to Inferno, man. I need to start my 24th Infernum run soon. I do want to get back to it. Can confirm, alright. I mean, at least your names are very similar. It's not like going from Jeff to Fortnite Lover XD69. That's usually what most people do. They have like completely different names. Okay, let's see. Honestly, I personally love Profane Guardians. I think it's a pretty fun fight. Like, I'm bad at it, but it is really cool. It looks cool. So I kind of like the fight. But okay. That's what we left off with. I think main focus for now is gonna be the gravity aspect. Because the player one is just kind of broken. Doesn't really work. We will have to go back to the shader also for the projectiles. I think there's something better we can do. But yeah. I mean, right now it's more like a proof of concept. It's not the actual attack. Like, we have some ideas. How this attack is gonna work out. It's gonna have like multiple phases. And like the black hole's gonna be expanding and shrink and rotate faster and slower, and you have to gonna be in different places. But yeah, again, it's not the focus currently. We just want to make it work in a general case, and then we make the actual pattern. And then we have some ideas here. How the actual attack is gonna look. But can I see gravity? How's the gravity looking? I mean, it's doing something. This one pushes us away. Actually, it doesn't really push us away, but it makes it harder to approach. Oh, yeah, we also put a teleport in, which I'm probably gonna remove. I think the black hole is just gonna one-shot you. And it is kind of funny if it just fucking teleports you and just knocks us somewhere. Oh, but yeah, gravity is completely broken. Yo, moment, hello. It's probably with cryogen. I mean, cryogen can be kind of hard. If it's like a 5-minute fight with bad gear. At least from what I remember, when I did like cryogen somewhat early, I think cryogen was on average a longer fight than Guardians. Radial attacks, what do you mean? Like circular attacks? Like attacks coming in like a circle or what? Because we already have a bunch of those. Okay, first of all, this code is horrible. I hate it. I despise it. So we should change that. It's just scaling, behaviors, rotation. Oh yeah, if it's like supposed to rotate around a circle. Bullets coming in a circle shape. Yeah, we already have that. We do have that. I mean, I guess while we're here, it's like a little reset, as a little refresher what we have. I can like pull up the old attack, the one we did previously. We also have a couple other ones that we're probably not going to be working on for a while. But that right here is like the attack we did previously. Which I mean is maybe not exactly what you imagine, but I mean, I would say it's pretty radial. Pretty much. Oh yeah, we still need to come back to this at some point. Do some polishing. Because right now it's still more like a proof of concept. But I still really like the concept. I still love the idea of this. And I think the biggest issue with this attack is, like, all the previous attacks aren't super interesting, but I love the last attack. The one he's gonna do after this. The next one, man, I love that one so much. So I think it's a bit more unique than these. Should happen anytime. Yeah, this one, I love this one way more. Especially because like the death rate is gonna push you around if you get hit by it. So you can't just damage boost through it. Oh yeah, we will come back to most attacks at some point. We have to. The issues have like this issue that oftentimes I spend too much time on one attack trying to polish it, and we're just gonna like change it over and over. Only one dice that constantly spins. I don't know. I don't know about that. I think that makes it a little bit less interesting, because all you're gonna make the player do then is just go in one direction the entire time. And with this one, at least you have to like go back and forth, kind of. So I think it just makes the pattern less dynamic. But yeah, I mean, again, it's good enough for now. We see at some point. Because we still need to like see how it's gonna feel in terms of balance with like the other attacks. Because the thing is, we still don't know if this is gonna be like a desperation pattern or just a normal pattern. Like, I haven't fully decided on that yet. Actually, let me check, what's the difference between these two again? We just swap direction, yeah. I see. Could probably just negate direction instead of doing that. Keep it more general. Prismatic armor bonus? Yeah, no idea what that did. I think I used that armor like once. But all we can do, right? What is like the base case? Base case is black hole, right? So direction is from player to black hole. So we're gonna say if we are a black hole, we get a 1, otherwise -1 times this. No. I mean, it seems right to me. Let me just make sure my vector knowledge is correct. What would be kind of sad if I messed that up. I see Advance. I don't know. I never looked at him that that thoroughly. Okay, I think it's kind of working. But yeah, gravity's still messed up big time. The issue is probably we made the strength so little that gravity already cancels most of it. Hmm. Yo, thanks, man. I will. I try my best. I really want to make this boss be cool. Should be really hard, but also fun to play. That is the main goal here. But also we're slowly getting there. It takes like really long making some of these attacks, but honestly I think so far it's been worth it. I really like some of those. Okay, that is a complete mess, but I think it works. Okay, now we got sucked up. Okay. Oh my god. I mean, maybe. Should I like consider a separate term that like removes gravity the closer you get, maybe? Jesus. I mean, I guess the final question is gonna be like, how strong should these be? I'm not sure. But yeah, we're probably gonna get rid of the teleport. So I don't think it's gonna work for like the future idea of the pattern. Hey, no, man, doing this code took us like 20 minutes yesterday because my game kept crashing. Okay. I mean, I don't know, like we kind of have the basics, right? I mean, I guess we can start doing the actual attack. Yeah, so so the idea is to reiterate. We're gonna spawn the two holes, right, to the left and right, kind of same that we do right now. And we're gonna have 3 different phases. Do you think, does that make sense? I think it makes sense. First phase, I'm thinking, they're gonna slowly start expanding. And I mean gonna rotate very slowly. And main idea is gonna be that it just shoot mainly a bunch of projectiles through the middle. So you obviously don't want to stand in the middle. But the bigger they get, the faster they start to rotate. Getting to a point where you can't really be on like the outside of the arena, or like on the edge of the arena, because they start to rotate too fast. So you have to start moving towards the middle. But there's a bunch of projectiles. But maybe we need to spread them out over time. So you should make it dodgeable. Then at the end, they should shrink again, slowly spiral into each other, and explode. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Which means like in a final phase, when I like start to spiral into each other, you kind of need to find the right timing to like go in between. And somewhat get out. It's kind of what I'm thinking. But yeah, we definitely need to see how it's gonna play out with like the physics and stuff. But basically, we have 3 phases, right? Oh, do we? Wait. With the growing phase? Actually, I mean, was it only 2? Start small, slowly rotate. I mean, I guess 1 and 2 is kind of the same. Basically, growing phase and a spiral phase. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, and Phantom Sin, this kind of sucks, man. I always hated doing that guy. This dude is way too fast. Okay, so how do we actually do that? I mean, first of all, we like call them at certain times, right? What I called again? Properties. Sure. What do we say? Maybe 5 seconds for now. Spiral phase is gonna be greater 300. Greater 300, and I mean that's about it. Because we don't really have an end defined yet. Oh my god, what am I writing? That makes no sense. Learning till your ADHD kicked in. Hey, I mean, what are you gonna do? At least you learn something, right? Surely. We should increase the speed slowly in the phase, right? Should increase the speed. Increase speed, size. Speed, size, number of projectiles. Probably also the range of projectiles, which kind of don't have with our current setup. Like the angular range. Yeah, bad setup. Okay, let's just do that for now. Okay, black hole. Not speed. Rotation speed. Oh, actually, we also need to increase the... Do we increase the radius? Maybe not. Rotation speed. What do we actually set this? We don't set it at all. Interesting. And one thing, better one thing than no thing, right? Okay, what if we do this? Over... Oh, actually, I do need to define these values normal way. Ooh. But how do I want to do this? I think I just give it the time for which the entire phase is gonna go. I really need to figure out like a better framework for this. I think that's how it should make sense, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna be working on this attack for a while probably, yeah. But I mean, not that that's a new thing. It's always how it ends up. Okay, now we can actually use that. It's probably a bit better. Actually should be this, yeah. So it should be greater than this, and since we do have the number now, less equal than this. Okay, and since we have these numbers now, we can alert from 0 to growing time based on time. Actually, I should probably just get a general interval on. Boom. Let me use that here. And do the same for the scale. Our question is, how much do we want to scale it? We could probably actually just use T, because I mean that is a scale of 1, which I would say is massive enough for now. Okay, and we do something similar for the spiral phase. Oh, actually, I mean, it's gonna be fun. We start at the end, growing time. Go towards spiral time based on the current time. So now we slowly want to scale down the speed. Should we do this based on T? Does that make sense? I mean, I guess we can see what happens. Scale should... Actually, we should do it the opposite way. Right. So this one goes... Wait, there's only a get lerp. Wait, does that make sense? This one increases over time. Actually, yeah, we do it through a lerp. So as t increases towards 1, this goes towards 0. Because we should use the clamp. Always clamp. I guess it's not necessarily needed here, but... Better safe than sorry. We can do the same for the white hole. Okay, what is important though is first of all we take 1 minus t here. And second of all, since they're supposed to spiral into each other, what we do need to change is the radius. Which we can also lerp. Right, we know the starting radius. And let's say it goes towards... I mean, actually, let's say 0. So it's just gonna end up in the middle. Okay, I think there's a lot of code duplication, so we can probably make this a bit better. But in essence, I feel like that should do what we want. Okay, so they start out, they grow, they do get faster. Oh no, they're too fast. Then at some point, they should shrink and start to spiral. Hopefully. Maybe not. They're not really spiraling. Because these projectiles are so damn slow, man. Okay, it doesn't really spiral. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Because it needs to be this. Makes sense, that's fair. I don't think it's working. What relay? Nope. What's that? I mean, 300 is 5 seconds, right? Yeah. Okay, we are in the spiraling phase. If the timer is greater than the growing phase, so we're outside of here. And the timer is less than both of these. So it's between 300 and 600. Maybe I'm just very stupid. But it looks right to me. The SS black hole? I mean, I don't know. I mean, looks about the same as yesterday, no? Only difference is it's spitting some projectiles, which may be new. Okay, so we do run in that phase. It doesn't really do anything. Oh. Okay, I see an issue. I don't think it's the issue. Okay, first of all, rotation speed is the speed of the animation. Is that a projectile? Yeah, the other ones look bad, so I kind of got rid of them. We're probably going to use this one, just change the shader a little bit. Actually, no, rotation speed is the right one. Right? Yeah, that's what we use for the angle change. Like, why is it rotating so slow? Oh, it was because of the sign. Oh. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. It seems like it's not doing anything in this phase. I mean, I guess we can do it for both. So we have like full vision. Know exactly what's going on. Hey, you're gonna get him eventually. Honestly, the best part about Sickness for me was the weapon you can get afterwards. Okay, it's always 0. That explains the issue. Oh, because I'm a goddamn moron. Okay, my bad. My bad. I don't, does it look worse? I mean, I don't know. It's fine to me. So they do spiral? I mean, actually no, they didn't really spiral. What happened? I'm in the void. I'm in the actual void now. I mean, it doesn't really help if you guys are saying it looks worse. I mean, at least describe what it is that is looking worse. Because I have no idea what you guys mean. Like the projectile, like the texture, like the way it's moving? I don't know. Because I think my game is bricked. How it looks? I mean, we didn't change the texture or anything. So it must be on here. It was magnificent. Wait, what? I mean, we used the exact same image. We didn't change anything in that regard. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm like... Okay, the issue kind of is it doesn't keep rotating. What the? Oh, it's because of no clip, I say. Oh my god. There's a lot of weird stuff happening right now. But am I bricked again? Wait, what? I really can't press any buttons. I don't know what's happening. What's this? What about the bullets phasing? What do you mean by phasing? Like the fact they ignore tiles? Because that's intended. No status, hello. Like, why does my game get bricked now? What? What did I do? And the transparency. Okay, well, what about it? Like they face in. And then they turn black when they go into the black hole. Yeah. Don't see it? I mean, it's there. I'm pretty sure. But we need to figure out why my game keeps doing weird stuff first. I mean, you can't keep saying that. I don't know what you mean. Like, it's literally there. I mean, I would show you, but my game is gonna crash again. And I'm not sure why. Are there any logs? Probably not, because I restarted the game. Yeah, very smart. I think it's something with the second phase. Oh, probably because we put in a negative scale at some point. Okay, let me actually do something smart. We should make variables for these. Very smart. What's happening? We're gonna be coding. That's a plan. We're gonna code until we can't code anymore. Okay, I would hope that solves the issue. I would hope so. I mean, if you look, that is definitely transparent. Like, they are phasing in. Like 100% they are. Okay, my game is still working. I mean, that doesn't mean something else. But the bullets look weird. I mean, they look normal, man. They look the same way they always look. I don't know. Your mod triggered an antivirus. That's not a good thing. Eris Bonnie, hello. Hello. Actually, they get so confused. The projectiles actually get so damn confused. Holy. I don't know what happened. Oh my god. I mean, again, we didn't change the rendering since yesterday, so... I did not touch this mod since yesterday. Okay, we have an index out of range for update biomes. Spawn NPC out of range. Fantastic. It's like the same issue we had yesterday when I tried to teleport the player. Like, where am I? But I can't even open the map. I'm probably out of bounds somewhere. That's my best guess. Alright, time to restart. Fantastic. And first of all, I need to figure out where this even happens. Because we don't even teleport the player anymore. And we did get rid of that code. It's kind of weird. I think it happens in the spiral phase for some reason. There's some weird stuff. Maybe things break because we have multiple projectiles. Okay, let me maybe say... in end, actually kill both projectiles. Because I can see that causing issues if you have multiple of these alive. I mean, he said something about transparency and not the projectile type, so I don't think that's it. I think it was also there when we changed it yesterday, I think. I could be wrong on that. Growing. Boom. Oh, the issue is though we don't necessarily call this when we reset the boss. So we have to wait until the pattern actually finishes. What is this? Reports page? What? The hell did I press? What even is that? Yo, congrats on your kill. I mean, the thing is, the Nebula ones, they just look kind of bad to me. I just don't understand why I stop spiraling. Or not stop spiraling, but stop rotating. Oh, actually I do know why. Actually, we don't want to change the rotation speed at all. We just want to change scale and radius. So they keep rotating. Then we should have a pretty nice looking effect, hopefully. Yo, LAO, hello. What's up? I show you what's up, man. Look at this. They start to grow. They start to shrink. They spiral into each other. And imagine massive explosion.png. Yeah. Oh, it is 1 HP. I don't think that's actually that hard. Oh! Okay, it still breaks when I do that. Why does it do that, man? Alright, time to restart. It's definitely a feature, for sure. Why does this keep happening? Oh. I think I may know why. Because we kill the projectiles, but we still have the reference to the old dead projectiles. You can see that being the issue. So just set this back to null, and then... I mean, hopefully that just works. As for the funsies, then we should print player position, see what happens. So I would love to know where I am. Actually, maybe like the shader crashes, because we tried to put in something, like some position color or something from the black hole. Actually, yeah, that's probably what happens. Because the projectile is dead, it doesn't really exist anymore, but we have a reference to the old one. And then we try to compute like the distance. Maybe that's the issue. I don't know. Maybe. The dress gets leaked in every disk. So yeah, sounds fantastic. Sounds like a great idea. Oh, leave me alone. Okay, the boss decided to not exist anymore, I guess. Can I reset now, or do I still crash? Oh, we can reset, interesting. Okay, where do we have a null reference? 107. We get a null reference here. Huh? What? It's almost like it collides with the boss. Dies that way, so we don't actually have the reference anymore. It's not really a cheese, what you're describing. It's gonna be the intended way of playing this. Like, the idea currently is... they're gonna start to spiral slowly. In like opposite directions. And you will want to be on the outside. For the most part. And as they start to rotate faster and faster, you're not going to be able to keep up, so you have to move into the middle. That's kind of the idea, the very rough idea. I mean, if it doesn't work, we have to change it. And then you have to like the main idea is why I want to force the play in the middle towards the end is when they go back to slowing down and shrink and spiral into each other, right? You have to play in the middle and you need to somehow escape these two holds before they collide. It's kind of like the general idea, but maybe it's not going to work out at all. Have I ever done a hardcore run? Yes. A lot. Way too many, to be honest. Let me just see, how many did I do in total? Okay, so all of these are hardcore runs. So we have 5 for vanilla. We have 42 Master Revengeance runs. I think these are Expert Revengeance, if I remember right. And then these are all the successful runs. So I lost the hardcore vanilla one, because I suicided in the end. I still have 2 expert death mode. There's 1 expert revengeance in here. What's the last one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I actually forgot what the last one is. Oh, it's probably like a classic. What do you call it? Classic revengeance. I think I played that once to get into it. Infernum Hardcore? No, I have not yet. I will one day, for sure. One day we will play that. For sure. Crystal Positives. Crystal pulses Death Circle, but the shield blocks part of the pulse. It's kind of hard to envision that. I think I kind of know what you mean. I don't know. Infernum Master Mode just sounds boring to me. Also, Infernum doesn't really change with Master Mode as far as I'm aware. So stuff only does more damage and... I don't know, it's just not interesting. Like, I went away from playing Master Death Mode. Was it just boss... Oh, not Master Death Mode. Master Revengeance. Because stuff just does a ridiculous amount of damage and it's just not fun to play. Like, the bosses don't feel well made, they just feel overtuned. And I love Infernum because bosses don't feel overtuned. Right, they do a very fair amount of damage, they have cool patterns. And I don't need to artificially increase the damage they're doing. It doesn't increase the fun at all. I mean, what I consider is just playing... If I get good at Hardcore Inferno one day, I would just play with like double HP bosses or something. I would rather do that than have like bosses do more damage. Let's see, I think it's not that interesting. Okay, we still need to figure out what we get a null reference though. Calculate fixed point, nice. Wait, now we... No, wait, the boss is still gone. I mean, sure, if you like Pharaohs. Go for it. I'm not really set on music yet. I have like a couple of songs that I looked into. But yeah, nothing specific so far. I mean, case I would be really lit, yeah. It's 107 black hole. I don't remember what exactly these songs were. I have them like somewhere in a list. I think one of the songs was actually coincidentally the same Fargos mutant has. Like the final Fargos boss. But I think I found this one from a different game that also used that song. It's like one of the songs I remember. I mean, how is it a null reference here? The Defiled Bastard Further Hardcore Hallway. Yeah, good luck on that. I don't know, I'm not really that ambitious. I mean, it sounds really hard, but I don't think I would have a lot of fun playing that. Maybe one now, man, I'm good. Just pick a cool song that's somewhere out there. I don't know what the issue is, man. Actually, I do know exactly what the issue is. Or do I? Actually, no, that shouldn't be an issue. Because I was thinking we run in here, we set them to null, then I reset the boss, then the timers didn't reset and we're instantly in here again. Or like in the end again. Which I mean can't happen, because the attack timer gets reset to 0. At least it should. I guess it doesn't, if you run in there instantly. Oh wait, I'm stupid, never mind, I'm a goddamn moron. We call end, but we don't select a new attack, so we call end instantly again. That's why, oh my. Imagine understanding your own boss structure. Imagine. I never used the item, but I think it still gives you like a big damage boost. I think that's why some like no-hitters use it for some funny reason. Unless they do it for the extra challenge, I guess that's also something. Okay, but now it shouldn't crash, right? Oh my god. Okay. And there's the next one. How did he instantly trigger himself again? It's interesting. Okay, I would say the general structure does work. So that's cool. Yeah, man, go look on Poltergeist. I hate that fight. For me personally, I think Poltergeist is actually the hardest fight in Inferno for me still. I'm so goddamn bad at that fight. Okay, so I'm thinking, first of all, we need more control about where the projectiles go. I mean, or can we somehow make these attacks and they still just go in random directions? I don't know. Actually, maybe at first I should actually get the way they should behave in the end. So, I mean, I would imagine this phase will probably last more like 15 seconds, maybe? Then we increase the size from what? From 0 to... not the full duration. Maybe like 600. Let's say 300. And should also get a bit faster, I'm thinking. Yeah, the issue with like the set attack patterns is it breaks as soon as you do too much damage, and it just becomes very unpredictable. At least for me. Because I have a very deterministic strat, I would say, for that boss. But I sometimes just over damage him by like 1% and it just all goes down to shit. But I mean, doesn't technically every Inferno boss have a set attack pattern? I believe so. But yeah, Crescent Staff is a godsend item. And there's only like, I think 3 bosses in the entire run where I even use that. I think I only use it on like Cultist, Poltergeist, and Calamitous. But yeah, it's a great item. Can recommend. Okay, well, how would that feel? So I think now it should take 5 seconds to grow and get faster, and then just keeps that for like 10 seconds. Oh, it's a little bit fast. But we have to figure out how to make the projectiles behave better. Because they just get really confused. They get really confused. Honestly, I don't think that's a meme like unique to that community. I mean, I said that like 50 times on stream before, so I think that's a general people say nowadays. I don't know, as far as I'm aware, every boss has set attack patterns in Infernum. And after you've seen them all, then they randomize. That's what I've heard. Where's there only one now? Wait, oh no. How did that happen, man? Shit. Bro, I don't know why this issue keeps happening. Famous last words, yeah. As it was deserved. That's weird. But hey, only like the 5th time we need to restart, right? Longer than 2 minutes. Yeah, but that's what I just said now. That the patterns are deterministic, but at some point after you've seen all the patterns, they become random. Again, that's at least what a friend of mine says who looked into the Infernum source code more than I did. So I assume he knows what he has read. You know, his dog is a bit special because he doesn't really have that many patterns. So he's just dashing at you all the time. Oh, actually I do know why he does that weird stuff. So we need to set engaged back to false. Actually, why don't I just put a method in that just sets him to idle? A little sleep method. Oh my god, what is... Oh my god, that is disgusting code. Jesus. Okay, then we can simply do that instead. Oh. Yeah, I do have that issue sometimes, but I'm pretty sure it's a bug. Because it happens very rarely to me. Because you can instantly tell if the music is like off. And it's so annoying because it messes me up so bad. Also the chance to its jump scare. It's kind of what Stormweaver does. Okay, I think the issue was probably because the holes just instantly spawn again. Surely that was the issue. Wait, how do we fix the projectiles? Like, how do we fix the behavior? Oh no, it's only one hole, am I dead? My end is nigh. Or not? Maybe not. I know it's only the other one. What the fuck? What the hell is that? I mean, of course, but we're talking about like the order of patterns, right? I mean, of course, there's RNG in the patterns themselves, right? But we're talking about the order of patterns. So that could very well be the case. Like the number differs. You know, a person would have expected it to be constant, but I don't really pay too much attention to that. We can just do this now. Or do this. Yes, we can do this. Another projectile is being assigned as the white hole. I don't think that can happen. Because we call setup. We spawn a white hole. Yeah, we instantly set this to like the variable we have. So it's not like we're like accessing the projectile array, look for the type or something. GPT told you about, yeah, nice. Okay, if this issue only happens like the third time you do the attack, which seems to be consistent, I think I can deal with that. Because I do wonder if it's good code design to do stuff like this. I think it does make it more intuitive to understand that both are equal. If you set them to the same value. If that actually works that way, I'm not too sure about the syntax. I think the way it works is it reads this, so it assigns t to this, and then it assigns this to this. So it should be the same. I never really used that syntax. Oh, okay, now it broke. My bad. Wasn't allowed to tap out, I guess. Understandable. I mean, that would be crazy. After, I don't know, like 100 hours of modding, we never had that issue. So I would be surprised, especially if it's so consistent. You're still here? Alright. I took note of your attendance. I'm sure I can try stuff. That makes sense. Okay, we could definitely do the double equal. But is it? Is the gravity also changing the hook? It's kind of cool if it does. I mean, it kind of does. Pretty cool so far. Yeah, we're still very far off from what it's supposed to be, but I mean, we're getting there. The latest spawning. I mean, the spawning is already delayed. I think we spawn one every 5 frames. But I mean, why would we delete them all? If we can just wait for them to all manually get removed over time. Because they have a very limited lifetime. Alright, they do die naturally, so it doesn't make a difference if I kill them or if they just die over time. But they all die. They're all dead. I mean, it is delayed. Actually, is it? Actually, no, we just do mod 5. So it's technically spawns on the first frame, which shouldn't cause any issues at all. But I mean, we can try it. But it's not gonna change anything. You know, so far, I mean, it seems to work. So far. We do glow in random colors, yeah, for sure. I mean, so either we fixed it, or it is more random than it appeared before. Oh. I think I know what it could be, but I don't know why it would be. It seems to have to do with the projectiles, but I don't know why that would do that. We do have a static list for the projectiles. So we have one list that's gonna live in a game, kind of. So it's not per hole. And we remove all projectiles that are inactive. So why would it care if it's the ones they spawned or not? Why would that be the case? Let me just confirm that that is the issue. But it probably is. I guess I can just reset spawn it again. Does that work? Oh no, we have 4. Okay, so you tell me that works without any issues. Interesting. But that actually looks kind of cool now. Oh, actually, they're just gonna rotate forever, I think. Because the boss doesn't have the reference to those. Okay, so we just let it play out naturally, and we instantly hit the boss again after. As we can hit it the entire time. Okay, no, it didn't happen. It seems to be so random. And no, one of them is gone. No, it is kind of funny that the shader is still being applied to some of them. And no, it's the other one, and no, it's good dead. Okay. I have no idea what's causing this. No clue. I mean, I guess we can just see what happens if we just reset the list once we spawn one of these. Because they're meant to be spawned in pairs anyway. I mean, or we just go away from this idea and we just iterate over the list of all projectiles. Which honestly, you know what, let me actually try that. Yo, welcome back. So we don't even have to deal with any of that. So we go through main.projectile. And we say if our projectile is not active or the type is not what is this? Or it's not what? Not the star ref. Yo, thanks for follow. Thank you. Then we just ignore. So now we should have absolutely no issue with like our list being not updated or whatever. Like we literally use the projectile array. This one is always up to date. Right, we ignore the ones that are inactive. And we only look for the ones that are star ref. So they actually cannot break. I would argue my code is actually unbreakable. What else did I reload twice? Okay, still does the normal behavior. Very cool. Maybe I should have made this attack last a bit less long, so we can actually debug this faster. Maybe. The big advantage now is though, we can have multiple, and it should work with multiple. Because they don't have, like, weird lists now. Oh yeah, they get so confused now. I probably shouldn't have done that, because now one of them is not going to despawn. Maybe it seems to work so far. Wait, so fast? What do you mean? The little black holes. They're moving at like millions of kilometers per second. I mean, we can make more. I mean, that looks kind of cool. Man, look at this. Holy. I don't even know what I'm supposed to look at. I'm surprised my game isn't dying, I'm gonna be honest. We're gonna dodge it? What do you mean? You just dodge it. I mean, look at me. Am I dying? I don't think I'm dying. I mean, I'm pretty alive right now. How does the Terraria in terms of modding? I would say it's hard to get into, but it's easy to do once you understand it, if that makes sense. So for me, it took about like 1 to 2 weeks to get comfortable with like doing the basics. So it's definitely doable to get in. To be honest, I probably didn't do things you should do if you're new to modding. I started with like bigger projects instantly. But it kind of depends, like what do you want to do? Because if you start with like making your custom weapons, that is already going to teach you a lot about the game. Because you're going to have to understand, okay, how do the different coordinate systems work? How does velocity work? How do you draw stuff on the screen? What are like your options for classes you can inherit from? You can only draw. Does it mean you don't know how to code? Because if you don't know how to code, it's gonna be a bit hard to get into. I'm gonna be honest. I would say C# is... It's not the worst language to get into, but if you're new to programming, it's gonna be pretty hard. If you have no background. Don't use ChatGPT. I mean, just don't overuse it. Right, I would say using ChatGPT is fine. But if you actually want to learn something, you shouldn't get too dependent on it. I mean, I use it every stream, right? But I can still write most of the code myself. As a noob, as a drug. I mean, again, if you don't have, like, self-restraint, yeah. Then ChatGPT can be bad for you. That's why I always tell people, don't overdo it. If you still overdo it, yeah, it's on you. Right, but you should learn how to use tools as tools, and not as a replacement for you. I know a bit of Python back from exams. Ooh. Okay, that's at least something. Question is, how deep did you go with Python? Because C# is fully object oriented. So you should know at least like the basics about inheritance and objects and all that stuff. What types are. I mean, you can definitely learn by looking at the code, but maybe you didn't look at the code enough. I mean, or if looking at it doesn't help you, you should just change stuff about the code. Right, just try out, okay, he's doing that, what if I change that, do something else? But if you tell him, hey man, spawn a block of dirt above my character, and he puts in minus y20, maybe you think to yourself, why? What if I put in a plus, what happens? Because a lot of coding is just experimentation. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing oftentimes, so I just put in stuff and I just see what happens. Any percent of Terraria mods make insane trailers, upload them on normal updates? I would say it's very easy, because a lot of the mods are just passion projects that just die out really fast. I mean, that seems the most reasonable. Because I mean, then you pushed it out, you like got this cool project of yours done, right? But then your motivation just goes away over time. Because a lot of people, they don't want to stay committed to like this one thing they worked on for a while. Like some people do, because of like time investment. But everyone's, I don't know if I would ever update this boss. I'm not sure. If I get to a stage where I say, it's kind of done, like we can expand it, but it's kind of done, I don't know if I would come back. Maybe not. Probably not. Then 1 year C# for Unity. I mean, that works. Like, that would definitely help a lot for Terraria modding. Especially if it did 2D games. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about passion. It's not like you get anything from continuously updating your mod. Because what do you get from it? If you lose motivation, why would you keep doing it? You don't have a reason. It's not like a Roblox mod and you get money from it. I mean, that would motivate people. But it's literally just a passion project of yours. And you have no obligation whatsoever to like keep updating it. So it is what it is. Thought about maybe doing a texture pack. I mean, I actually don't know how people exactly do texture packs, so I can't tell you too much about how hard that would be. But it probably doesn't involve a lot of coding. I mean, I can imagine it actually doesn't involve coding at all. But again, I've never actually used texture packs, so I could be wrong. Maybe you need to like set some stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I never used texture packs, so I don't know. But okay, it seems like the issue doesn't happen, so I mean, that's cool. That's very Paul. Doesn't require code. Yeah, that would be a smart thing. Okay, it works. It doesn't crash. I don't know what I did. Actually, I know what I did. We're not using a stupid list anymore. Yeah, I can see not using coding. If you only care about textures, I mean, yeah, I mean, do that, sure. But if you like also want to go into like changing lighting or stuff, probably need to look a bit into coding. Alright, Elio, have a good night. Bye-bye. Anyways, I'm gonna do a quick break. And then we continue this. Now that we fix the bug. Be right. Alright, I'm back. Hello. Hello. Music is broken? Wait, what? I don't think it is. Looks right to me. Okay, so let's try to do the actual attack. Not do some random spinny stuff. Yeah, lighting is a lot of effort. This is a gift because of 7 TV. it converts certain keywords into emotes. So as far as I'm aware, it isn't supported by YouTube chat, but the on-screen chat I use does use 7TV. Actually, we need to look into it again. 7TV YouTube. I don't think it works, does it? But 7TV works on YouTube? Wait, does it? But I actually need to look into that, how to activate it. I didn't even know that's a thing. Yeah. So yes, apparently you can also get it for YouTube somehow. But it's mainly a Twitch extension, or at least that's how it started. As far as I'm aware. Okay, so what I was thinking, let me get back in. The basic idea I had, when I like this small, I'm thinking this one is gonna have a very narrow range in which it's gonna spawn projectiles. So it's mainly gonna go through the middle. And the more it expands, the more like this increases. Kind of spreads out. Until it at some point reaches 360. But it's... I don't know, should it keep the same number of projectiles? Maybe it should. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Right, so in the beginning, you don't want to be in the middle. So you have to pick a side. Then, since they start to rotate faster and faster, you can only stay here for a limited amount of time. Then go back. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Let me just see if that's going to work out. I mean, it shouldn't be too hard to make. Like, we already have everything we need for that. We just need like our 2 angles. That's all we really need. Call it projectile angle 1. Beautiful name. And angle 2. Boom. Okay, right now we just pick a random position between 0 and 2 pi, or a random angle, I should say. What we do instead, we need our projectile helper, which we do have. What do I call it? Spawn projectiles on a circle with an angular edge. That's exactly what we need here. Radius is going to be tiny, like 1. But actually, can we use that? Actually, we can't use that. Actually, we can. If I just put in a negative speed. Oh. Yeah, that actually works. And it's gonna look so cursed. It should work. One projectile. Wait, the other one doesn't take an angle, right? The one this one calls. It only takes 1 angle, yeah, okay. Okay, they should kind of do the same thing that we did before. Music is tweaking, is it? Can anyone confirm? Because to me it looks normal. I don't know, I can't really confirm what you're hearing. Oh shit. Okay, I don't think I can confirm that. I don't think I ever felt that way. Okay, then we do have our two fancy angles. Cool. Very fancy. Let me just overwrite these every frame. In this. I believe. So we can use T for the angles. What I'm thinking, can't we just lerp from... Wait, how do we do that? So if you think about it, initially, both angles are just gonna point to the boss, or the black hole, doesn't matter, it's the same direction. And then over time it should kind of spread out. Kind of like this. So can't I technically lerp from 0 to pi? And then we add pi here, subtract pi here, and then in the end we get full coverage. Right? Yeah. And this is kind of our zero angle. Kind of redefined. FL Studio with chat. Wait, what? Kind of tweaking, yeah. Let's see if that's gonna work. Would be magical. I based on T. Then we do need the current angle between the two. So wait, we want to go white hole, projectile center, angle from, I believe that's the right one, black hole, projectile center. Would that make the projectiles go behind? Yes. Which I believe is what we want, to make them spread out more. Because if you look, that's already what they're doing right now. Okay, they're rotating a bit too fast to actually see. But the effect that has is that they kind of go outside of the arena, come back at like some unpredictable angle. Because they still go to the black hole. It's not like they just go out and go away. They still get sucked in. So I think it does make it a bit more... a bit harder to dodge, I'd say. Because you don't exactly know where the projectiles are going to come from. Okay, then we set the white hole. Angle 1. To current angle minus angle, I guess. And the other one to plus that. That would be magical if that would work. I kinda doubt it. Okay, I'll see. Actually, maybe just for spectating and debugging purposes, we just make it slower for now. Sure. Let's see. Boom. Oh, oh. What is this? I mean, it did say behind, yeah. But I assumed you mean they can go behind. Not that I have a static direction. Oh, but yeah, we missed the angles up somewhere. Okay, so they always shoot. Oh, is it because these like overlap and then we have like only a very tiny range? These are some fancy patterns though. I think that could be the issue actually. So like, yeah, it's 0.9. Like, so if we subtract pi and add pi. Oh, what? No, is that an issue? But it could actually be an issue still. Hmm. I'll not keep adding the value, I'll overwrite the value. It's being recomputed every frame. Was it just only the opposite now? Actually, no, it's not the opposite. But do I keep adding it? No, I don't think I do. No, we'd override it. But now it's just the complete opposite. Which I guess means we take the wrong initial angle. I mean, the thing is, my method is also kind of struggling with very weird angles, so maybe the issue is that it's negative angles. A cycle? What do you mean by a cycle? Because we're kind of picking like a certain section of a circle right now. That's the idea. It's like slowly expanding. And we need to kind of clamp those values. For a while cycle? I don't know what you mean. No. Oh, bro, I hate angles, man. I hate them so much. Like, they never work. Basic stuff? I don't know what you mean. Oh, do you mean loops? But how would loops help here? Like, that doesn't help at all. Also, technically they're called loops. So nobody calls them cycles. At least I've never heard anyone call them that. You guys call them cycles? I've never heard that. Okay, Mr. GPT says, force cycle is a literal translation from other languages like Russian, Spanish, or some Eastern European languages. But it's not the technical English vocabulary. Hey, we learned something new. Does it kind of make sense? I mean, a cycle, it also keeps looping around. Oh, yeah, it doesn't really help here. We just need to figure out what's wrong with the angle. I would just angle wrap them, see what happens. I mean, sometimes just one angle wrap is all it needs. Okay, it is not what it needs. Okay, let's just flip the angle. Let's take the opposite angle. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, it is doing exactly what I'm telling it to do. The behavior is actually not wrong. The issue is we're only spawning one projectile per spawn cycle. That is the issue. Because of the way the method is written. I remember. So we do need more projectiles. Or we should probably make a different method that takes 2 angles, picks a random angle there. But we can just do this ourselves. To make a new boss to read. I mean, actually, you're not wrong. I mean, what kind of boss is that has 2 massive black holes? So I kind of have to make my own, right? But I'm kind of stupid. We don't actually need this. It's still very, very rudimentary. It's still like the very basic form of this pattern, but we're getting somewhere. Slowly. Yeah, I'm so stupid. We just randomized the 2 angles here, man. Oh my lordy. Yes, that does assume though that 1 is smaller than 2. Which I don't know if that's the case. Yeah, 1 is minus, 1, 2 is plus. So that should do. Will work. Playing Siege and Micro mod packs, nice man. I've just been sitting here playing Terraria. A lot. Until I got sick at some point. Oh, wait, look at that. Yes. Okay, it broke. Oh my god. Actually, I know what broke. Okay, we can't do 2 pi. We'll just do 2 like 99% of pi. Because of like rounding issues. And watch this. Very concentrated in the beginning. Then it keeps spreading. Until it just flips and breaks. That's cool. I mean, it's still a cool pattern. I think that's a feature. Okay, so at some point... But it keeps growing? Like the distance between angles, it goes from 4 to 1. But this one just flips. Why does this one flip? It goes from +3 to -3. That does make me think that T turns negative. Which it can because we clamp. What, I'm actually printing the wrong stuff. I should be printing this after, not before. I don't even know what I'm looking at. Why does it do that? Four, 4, 4? And this one just flips. What? Oh, cause the angle of the black. Oh. But does it mean it corrects itself when it goes back to the upside again? No. I hate angles so much, man. I hate these things. Maybe we just don't wrap the angles now. How about that? I can see that messing things up. Oh, that did mess things up. Okay. So if we inspect a little bit closer, we see in the beginning, it just aims straight for the black hole, making the middle uninhabitable. Then it slowly spreads out as it gets faster. Okay. We definitely need way more projectiles, man. It's not even close to being enough. I think so we still need to figure out how to make the projectiles speed up more. So I think right now we don't really do that too much. I mean, I think we actually just lerp the speed based on distance. Which kinda works, but yeah, they get a bit too fast. Yeah, it's like the number you multiply with the velocity. I guess technically it's wrong. It's the number we multiply to the direction. Yeah. The issue is we can't make it too fast, because if it goes too fast, then it's just gonna pass the black hole. Then when it comes back, it passes again, and then it's just never gonna reach it. So we can't make it too fast. I mean, I would love to see the code of like a real life black hole. Like, how does that suck things in so good? I would love to see that. Okay, that works. That's cool. I do want to make that phase last way longer though. Do it for a few seconds, then remove it. Based on what criteria? That's what matters. And again, it should also look right. So if it's close to a black hole, it should be speeding up. So like, when would we give them speed and then remove it? I don't see how that would make a lot of sense. Right? So it's kind of hard. Like, it should still feel like an actual black hole, sucking things in. Ideally. I don't want to touch this code though. Looks stressful just to look at. Okay, so we do have a parameter for the strength. Goes from 0 to 1. We know where the hole is, and we know where the current direction of the projectile is. We have those. Okay, and how we make them home towards the black hole, we lerp from the current direction. So let's say we have the hole here. We have a projectile going here. Actually, that's not like this. We have a projectile like this. And we know the direction to the black hole. So we lerp this, I mean, kind of like an angle, but not really. But we kind of lerp this line based on something that's based on strength. Which means the closer we are to the black hole, the more we get redirected exactly to the center of the black hole. And then we just multiply this by the strength again. It is just for the speed. This we can just increase the max speed, or do we increase this one? I think we should just increase the max speed, see what happens. You know, 10 sounds like a lot. It's gonna be a massive suck. Oh, they go pretty fast and they just all miss it. But I mean, they kind of get it at some point. As we can increase the lerping angle more. We have a point where the black hole center is, yeah. But what happened? Did it end already? Did it just break? But the way you need to imagine it, the black holes, they're just projectiles, right? So we know like all the basic attributes. We know where it is, where the center is, where the top left corner is, what rotation it is, what velocity, we know everything. We just get it for free, pretty much. We don't have to like code this. Or update it, really. Unless we want to do some funky stuff. But this 25 is the issue. But I don't know how to change that. Because we can't just remove it. It's gonna be way too strong. I mean, I guess we can decrease it more. I guess. Or maybe we can use like some exponential term. Maybe we should look into that. Okay, I mean, we got some interesting patterns, that's for sure. Some very interesting patterns. How could we change this term? Maybe what if we take like the square root of that? Or do we take the square? Actually, maybe we want to take the square. Because right now, if we get like a strength of 0.1, we divide by 10, so we have a strength of 0.01, right? If you take the square... Where's my calculator, man? Hello? There it is. Actually, it's the same, right? 0.1 times 0.1. That would result in the same. If you have a strength of, let's say, 10%, so 0.1, Oh wait, absolutely, that's the same thing. If you have like 0.5. Right now, that would get converted into 0.05, right? Because it's 1/10. If you do quadratic, so if you do times 0.5, you get 0.25. What I said before, we had 0.05. So taking the square root would make it 50% stronger in that case. Actually, no, we'll make it 5 times stronger. That's pretty strong. What's like this fancy site called where you can just plot graphs? Like gizmos or something? So I kinda need that right now. What's that site called? Give me one sec. Desmos, that's what it's called. Okay, let's see if we can figure this out. So we need a x square. And I want a square root of x. And we care about 0 to 1. This was jumpscare. Oh no. Wait, that is really handy. And I guess what we're doing currently is we do x times 0.1. Okay, so the green line is what we're doing currently. Yeah, it's not really math. We're just looking at graphs and we decide which graph we want to use. Don't be scared. Embrace the graphs. So we use the green one, which is very linear. Honestly, looking at these, I think we want to use the red one. But I think we still need to like somehow scale it down. What if we do like to the power of 1.5? It just turns into a straight line. Oh, that does make sense. I want like 0 point something, right? Okay, it's the wrong direction. Minus? Oh my god, what is happening? That is so handy though, just to like see the functions. Like, how do I make it weaker? Can I make it weaker like this? What if we do like 1 divided by 2? I mean, it's the same as -2, right? No. Yeah, something like that for sure. Oh, we can just use higher exponents. Oh. Okay, the issue is though, that's gonna make it redirect almost nothing when it's further away. I mean, like, what value does this have? I can just hover over. Oh yeah, that's really small. But we do it every single frame, so maybe it's not that bad. What if we do like to the power of 3? Let's try that. Sure. Power of 3. Yeah, let's see. Oh, what is happening in there? There's some funky stuff, but no, it's gone. Okay, it's actually still way too strong, I think. Oh yeah, it just gets instantly redirected. Okay, power of 5. What are you gonna do? But I think this is the way. We'll just put this higher and higher until it looks right. I think we need to put this really high. And look how strong it is. God damn. Are we getting there? I don't know, man. Power of 10. Now we're going crazy. What does power of 10 actually do? Power of 10? Like small values? Oh my god. Actually, it's not even that bad. 0.01. Wait, actually, it's not bad at all. That is a lot still. Actually, I'm looking at 1. Never mind, I'm stupid. I'm looking at X. Okay, Y is just 0. Okay, so it's really small. Never mind. Maybe it's fine. 100? No, it's a bit too much. At least I would hope so. Okay, this one's a bit too weak. I mean, I want to make it that way. That some of them just don't turn around. Let's say we try like 8. I mean, or what if we make it random? That could be interesting. Gonna make it even less predictable. But okay, still can't catch all of them. What do you mean most of them? Oh, look at this one. Oh, he's taking the long route. Oh, he died. He's ditch. What happens if you do math rand, main rand, pick a random number from 5 to 10? I think it's really strong still. So that looks really bad. Do we actually like to find a center based on scale or no? Oh, we don't. It's like no scale anywhere in there. What am I doing? I mean, it should be everywhere though, no? In center range. Okay. Texture radius. I mean, that should also consider scale though. So that's probably how it looks so weird. That you can obviously see when it is spawning. But yeah, I don't think choosing a random exponent is the way. I don't think it adds that much, and it just makes the code so much worse to read. Just makes it really unpredictable. Or maybe we can like later have like a very small range. Maybe. Or should I just increase this by like a ridiculous amount? Because right now every projectile that's further than 4,000 units from the black hole gets no suck at all. Actually, wait, this is kind of stupid how to do it here. Because we set the projectile velocity equal. It's gonna be 0. They're just gonna stop in time now. What is 4,000? 4,000... It's 250 tiles. It's not even that much. How about this one? What happens? I mean, actually, it doesn't even look wrong. Interesting. Oh, what did I just do? What was that? It does look really weird though, when I get too close. But even the black hole does take priority with color, yeah. I think that's something where we ignore the scales though. Or we put it somewhere where it shouldn't be, one of those. Oh, we do apply scale twice here. Ah. I see the issue. Oh dear, that looks horrible. I mean, I think we just need to change the exponent over time. Maybe? I mean, or we change it based on scale. I mean, think about that. The bigger the hole, the bigger the suck, right? Because then it has more mass. How do we use that though? I mean, I guess I can just put it in here, right? Times projectile scale. But it's actually becomes so unreadable. Damn. Wait, or is the issue actually that the projectile spawn with too little velocity? Maybe that's the issue. But the thing is, we can't make them too fast, because then the ones that go towards the black hole instantly, they're gonna be so fast. They're just gonna be zooming. Hmm. Does that make sense? That actually makes sense what I just did. I'm not sure if it does, I'm gonna be honest. Hmm. Honestly, I think it's still too strong. I think it's way too strong still. We'll go back to 8. Okay, now we do have more spread. That is nice. Okay, let me maybe try to change this in a way where it would actually be more resembling the actual pattern we're trying to go for. First of all, want to change the start angle here. Or power 4 or something. Maybe half of that, we see. Then I think the angle should take less time. Yeah, so we can just square that or something, right? Let me make sure my exponents work the right way. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. So angle finalizes faster. Speed should... I think this entire phase needs to last way longer. It doesn't really feel right how fast everything's going. Let's say the phase lasts like 20 seconds. And let's say it's gonna take the first what? Like the first 30% of the phase? Like maximize the size. And the speed, I guess. Also, we do need more projectiles again. We don't have enough. We need way more. It's kind of to imagine. Let me just rebuild actually. We can just see what we're working with. Okay, that is not what it's supposed to do. But I think if it lasts longer, that could be kind of cool. Also, I hope you guys can kind of see what I'm going for. Because the struggle is going to be the fact that you have to rotate with them. But like the white hole projectiles, they're just coming your way. Yo, Mato, hello. And good night, Dimitri. Right, so you're being forced to the side in the beginning. Actually, it does depend on which side you are. So you can kind of decide if they chase you or if you go against. It's definitely easier if you go on this side. Wait, which side is the hard side? This side, right? You're gonna sleep alright, man. Have a good night then. Get some rest. But I think we should force the player to get on that side. Because I think it's way cooler if you're like trying to run away from the black hole. And then if you're too slow, I mean, you just get sucked in and die. But if you just chase after it, I mean, it makes it really easy because of like the projectile curve. Hope we force a player. As we can force a player by making sure we're just on the bottom side of the arena. You know, then we can't randomize like where they spawn. But I think I'm fine with that. You can see my vision, yeah. I mean, I think it's a decent idea. But again, the issue is that it's so asymmetric, like one side is way harder than the other. Okay, that's like the first phase. The second phase would kind of be where they get faster and faster, where you can't really stand on the outside anymore. Do you have a laser connecting them? I mean, we would add projectiles for sure. Like, that would make things easier, but that would also break the idea of the second phase, unless we remove the laser in that phase. I mean, I'm thinking, if we do it this way... I think we can make... Can we? Can we make this work? I'm not sure. Even though I think it's definitely doable to just force the player to be on the bottom side. Because the thing is, the death ray idea would make it easier to enforce. Or like the laser death ray, whatever we'd use. But I think it would look really bad. It should be more like a chaotic barrage, yeah. The thing is, the idea is, in the beginning, we should have like this constant line to kind of force the player on the sides. I mean, let me just re-explain the entire pattern. The idea is we just have this constant barrage, right? You can't be in the middle, so you have to be somewhere on the outside. So you have to move with them for a while, which is the point where they start to spread out. So you can like go against the current. And towards the end of the pattern, actually no, forget that. Like the next part would be that they get faster and faster to the point where you can't outrun them on the outside anymore. So being forced to now go into the middle, but there's now less projectiles because they're more spread out. And then they start to slow down, spiral into each other, and you have to like go in between them to get out. The thing is, I don't want to do that with the laser, because it still should feel like an actual like black hole and stuff, right? I mean, it's kind of hard to see because it's so consistent in the beginning. But the whole point is that it's like projectiles that are being sucked in dynamically. Like maybe we just make it less of a line in the beginning. I mean, I think I'm good. I think we're just building on top of the current idea and we just change things where they are. Like if they're not fitting. Because I don't want to copy already existing stuff too much. And I think the idea so far is pretty unique, unless someone had the idea before me, I guess. To do this exact same. There's probably similar attacks out there. But yeah, it's kind of how I'm feeling. So how do you make them less strong in the beginning? So we can tweak the exponent again. We'll just change the angle. But we use x squared. Let me see that again. X squared is the red one. Yeah, so it goes to one pretty fast. Maybe for reference, get a normal X. Okay, never mind. We should use a normal T, not this mess. I want to push that where I want to go. Fix their paths, but slowly tilt them. The thing is, that's kind of what we're doing, if I understand you right. Like, we spawn them with a certain velocity, and we tilt them towards the black hole based on their distance to the black hole. I think the tilting is still too strong. I think that's the issue. Because that's the code we have right here. Where we update their direction and speed. I mean, or we go away from the idea of having like these two angles. Because maybe it doesn't make that much sense. I mean, let me see what would happen if you just set these to 0 and 2 pi. I should pretty much just make them irrelevant, pretty much. And just spawn random projectiles everywhere. Okay, it does work. I don't know why the beginning still felt kind of the same way. Okay, the other side is still easier, yeah. If you intend to restore this, around here. Yeah, there should be a correlation there, yeah. That is true. The thing is, my intention in the beginning was that we don't actually move them. So I gave them like some slight randomness with like a sine curve, sine wave. But yeah, we're probably at a point where we can just ignore that, yeah. Just make it based on their rotation speed. That is true. Oh, I'm kind of muted. I'm sorry. How long have I been muted for? I don't know. You bring up a good point. Because right now, when they're colliding, or when they're like spiraling into each other, we never actually change their speed. We only scale them down and change the radius. We should definitely make them rotate faster as well. I think that's one of the things that looked a bit off. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm not a big visual guy, I just do what looks kind of right, and if it looks off, I just don't know why it looks off, and I get sad. So I appreciate it. So rotation speed. I should probably also predefine this. Max rotation speed. What did we do? 005, I think? 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 005, 0 Two sides of the same coin. I mean, that's one way of seeing it. I mean, you need the programmers and you need the graphic people to make a game, I guess, yeah. Definitely. Oh, it's 01. Skip that for now. Okay, rotation speed. We probably just learned this as well. From our max rotation speed. I mean, how fast do we want to go? Maybe it does like one let's say half a rotation. But there would be half a rotation per frame. Half a rotation per second. Actually, no, let's do a full rotation at that point. See what happens. Okay, I don't even remember what we did before this, but I kind of want to see this. Wait, did we even fix the visual rotation? Oh, we kind of didn't. We just ignore this. We just add the rotation speed to this. That's for the visual one. Let's rotate a bit faster than they orbit. I mean, we can do all this fancy stuff at some point, but maybe it's a bit overkill for now. Let's just see how it looks now. They do rotate faster based on their actual rotation speed. You know, I would say it's really slow actually. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, it's kind of cool. That is kind of cool. Maybe it's a bit fast. I think it's fine if we spread out the face for longer. Yeah, for like the visual though, I feel like we need some multiplier on that. Maybe like 2 times? 3 times. How about 3 times? Because it almost looked like a still PNG almost. Oh, that's kind of cool, no? I think that's a decent speed, maybe a little bit slower. Oh my god, god damn! I kind of like the ending. I do like the ending. We need some crazy explosion for that though. And the explosion must have like a crazy radius. Yeah, I would say they're going a little bit too fast, yeah. But I think they should be like a bit further on the outside, such that you have like more opportunity to like go through, right? Because the idea is that you're supposed to somehow like get out of the middle, because you're probably going to be at the middle at that point. But his face is just so short. Be slightly faster than the orbit speed to avoid having one of the face locked on a crystal. Wait, that's what he said before, but is that true? I mean, yes, it is. I mean, actually... Oh, now I know what you mean. Okay, okay, okay. We had that before because it was equal. But we made it faster, so we don't have that. But it's too fast. You're just saying it shouldn't be equal. Yeah, yeah, okay, makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe just do 2x. 2x seems reasonable. And spiral phase should be longer. I don't know, maybe 600. Why not? Yeah, it's kind of complicated getting like 2 spinning black holes kind of the right way. So you don't get to see these every day. Yeah, so I think it looks fine when I like go towards the middle. I think it does look cool. Even though if you ask me, it still looks like they're rotating the wrong way. Like they should be counterclockwise. But apparently that looks worse. Oh, bro, look at that. That's a bit cooler. Oh, yeah, that's way better. We're doing like so many fancy visual things, like the projectile still are a complete mess. But yeah, I think that is starting to get pretty cool. Okay, projectiles. How do we make them not be so bad? Like, I definitely hate the beginning. The beginning is not good at all. I mean, I am thinking of changing the projectiles more of the shader. So I don't think that's going to be that big of a deal. But yeah, we need to change them a slight bit, yeah. Kind of what I'm thinking, that they're gonna have some... How do I explain it? Like some gradient to them, if that makes sense. Right, so like when that's the projectile roughly, it's like gonna be shaded. Like for example, it goes from bright to dark or the other way around or something. And then I don't we give them like a rainbow color to make them look less equal to each other, kind of. So yeah, I do plan on doing that, yeah, because the projectiles, I think they work with like their general structure, even though it would be cool if those were sprite sheets and not a single PNG. But I think we can make them work if we just slightly change them. This means they are going to be pretty fast, so I don't think it really matters too much if they're animated. God damn, this one actually almost turned around. But okay, the beginning. I don't know why this is a straight line. I actually don't know why it does that. So when we spawn projectiles from 0 to 2 pi, so any direction really. We do that somewhere. Right, we have these two angles, 0 and 2 pi. Oh wait, it's the white hole. So we pick a random angle between 0 and 2 pi. Give it a random speed. That should be fine. Unless the black hole just gets weaker at sucking. But I don't think it does. Actually, did we change the strength somewhere? We probably should do that at some point. Make the strength like dependent on the scale or something. But it's not really a line, because we just pick a random angle. So I'm not sure why it does that. I mean, we can see some of them. Right, this one is pointing this way, for example. But just gets instantly turned, probably. It takes like 3 frames. They just get turned super fast. Which, I mean, I would be fine with that, but why does it change over time? Because it's not that they're getting further away from each other. But now they actually like spread out and some don't go there. I mean, I guess we can just juice up the speed, see what happens. Because I think if the speed is more, the lerp is gonna be also affected by it. Unless it only looks at angle, and in that case it doesn't matter. Okay, it really doesn't care. That's what I did initially, yeah. Or not. So what my initial idea was, it starts as a line to again force the player on one of the two sides. And then over time, spread them out more and more. Then cover this space, then next cover like all this space. Until it goes 360. That was my initial idea. But it didn't really feel that good. But even now, when I'm trying to get rid of it, it doesn't really seem to work. But I'm not sure why. It's not the speed. Speed doesn't matter. Actually, is it because we changed the max speed? Yeah, but again, a beam just doesn't really feel right. If you just have like a beam that goes from one portal to the other. I mean, we could make that real quick, see how it's gonna look. Burst of projectiles. I mean, I was thinking about that, but I don't think it's gonna work here that well. I mean, especially when we go like with the idea of you having to like go against the current. I think if it's constantly spawning them, it's more fair. Because if it's a spread, there's a higher chance of you just getting fricked by RNG, right? Because they spawn in waves, kind of. And I think this also feels more natural for like a black hole or a white hole or whatever. Because I imagine if it's spitting out things, it does it consistently or constantly. And not like in bursts. Spawning before they reach their full size. That's a good point. But I mean, how would we do it otherwise? Do we just spawn them? Make them go up in size? Then start the rotation? Or do they start rotating immediately while they grow? I'm not sure. Can you delay it? I mean, I could do it as like jank code real quick, yeah. But we would have to properly implement that. But I think it's gonna look a bit off. I think we also need to change the transparency of the hole, kind of. Because it kind of just pops out of nowhere. I'm not sure if that's the way to go. I mean, it definitely looks better in the sense of we're not having like this line in the beginning. I guess I also stop now. That makes sense. Yeah, if we do it like that, we should probably make them start right before they hit max size. And not wait. Because you don't really see a difference in the end. The thing is, we can do like these tiny changes all we want, but how do we actually make the attack patterns out of this? Even I think the idea may actually not be that bad, because we're gonna give the player like some time to understand what's happened. That is like two massive black holes, and maybe you don't want to stand inside of them at some distance. So it doesn't immediately start to shoot. So I like it from that perspective. Like the issue I see again with this, how do we like force the player on this side? Actually no, this is the wrong side. This side. So I think we either need to force the player on the side somehow, or we figure out a way to make the other side harder. Right, because this lower side is always going to be easier. And I don't think I like want to explicitly make it more likely for like projectiles to go there, because it also doesn't really feel right. Actually, let me change the transparency over time. Would we even change the scale? Oh, we do it from the outside probably, yeah. Oh, actually we do have the color here, so we can just load the color from outside as well. Makes sense. Yeah, man, it's kind of the issue. So we kind of need to find like a balance between it looking cool and it actually being a decent pattern to play. Okay, honestly I think that makes no difference. Is it? I think it looked the exact same. I guess that's because of the shader. Yeah, the shader probably just overrides that. Does that make sense? I mean, I guess we can try and see how would it look like if we just slap a def ray in between. Let's just see, for the funsies. Velocity? I think velocity is just direction, I believe. Actually, we can just ignore this for now, because we have to update this manually anyway. Yeah, we need to see how it looks. I don't imagine it looking good, to be honest, but I mean, we can just see. Maybe I'm wrong. It'll make my life a lot easier if I'm wrong, because if you can just slap a def ray in there, it'll make it way easier. If not, then we would need to make sure that the holes are outside of the arena, so the def ray actually covers everything in the arena. Okay, so in the growing phase... Need to change the velocity. Which again, I think is just direction. Give it a looping texture. Yeah. I don't think we're going to be able to do that. I might be honest. I mean, it's not impossible, but I don't know. I mean, let's first see how it's going to look. Let's do that for now. Okay, it should go from white hole. Actually, what happens if I... Actually, I can't. Or can I do this? Direction. I really want to know what that does. Was it supposed to take a vector? But that's a projectile, not a vector. Let's just see if that works. So it'd be cool to know. Direction to black hole. Okay, now it doesn't work. Okay, whatever. Guess it doesn't work. Nah, there's no way I'm making this myself. Nah. You know, I mean, actually, it's not completely impossible. Because I know how the depth rate texture looks, so that it's actually not that complicated to make. I don't know. I mean, let's first see what it's gonna look. I don't know worries. I appreciate the ideas. No worries. Oh. I mean, that was cute. Yeah, we actually never update the position. That makes sense. Okay, we do need to update this, and we also need to get rid of the base rotation. It should also be more massive. What if we set the scale to 3 times the white hole scale? I mean, it's still probably going to be way too small, but gotta start somewhere. What is happening? What is happening? What game is fried? Okay, we have no response. Oh, my PC's dying. Holy, what am I doing? Holy. But we have no errors. Cool. Okay, also my headset is almost empty, so give me 1 sec to plug. Okay, should be good. So what just happened? What did just happen? Oh, actually we also need to override the origin, right? That's the one that actually matters. That's not the reason why it should break though, right? Actually, no, we set the center. Oh no, we do need to override the origin. The origin. Public. Bro, I haven't seen this one in a long time now. Yeah, I made that at one point. I thought it's funny. that there's another person that found that. I think it's cute. And also, hello. Welcome to the stream. What was I doing again? We need to set the origin instead of the center. If I still feel like that shouldn't be the reason why it crashes. We make it a Terraria mod, yeah. Even though right now we're trying to figure out why my game just crashed for some reason. Okay, let's try again, I guess. And right now we're kind of trying to put a massive death ray in between two black holes. That's kind of the context. Please don't crash. Don't crash. It crashed. Shit! Man. Unfortunately, it does not know. Like, I was thinking of maybe looking into ways of doing that. But I don't know. I never really went to that. There's not that many people who are actually interested in using it, so... I haven't really expanded on this feature in like probably a year. Yeah, I made this so long ago. It's Walter. What is Walter doing? Oh no. Maybe it's the rotation. Maybe it doesn't like that. If I rotate by 0, does that cause any issues? No way. Nah, it can't be it. Okay, it's actually kind of fitting. Okay, now feel attacked. Why is it not working? Is it because of this? Because the scale is 0? Okay, if you still crash here, I'm gonna go line by line. Because at some point we're gonna figure this out. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Wow. Oh, actually, we don't change the length or the lifetime. Oh my god, that was... Oh my... Wait, why are some of the projectiles so massive now? What? Huh? Actually, I think I know why. That is interesting behavior. Okay, so that was it. The scale is not allowed to be 0. Cool. Good to know. So we need massive time left. As massive as the time of the growing time. Keep on, I mean, sure, go for it. I mean, I'm not getting interrupted by this. Also, I'm glad you like them. I just looked for like the most basic memes I could think of where you can put like a top and bottom text. But surprisingly, there's actually not that many images where that works. It's like a lot of images are funny in and of themselves, but you can't just put a top and bot text on it. Those were like the best I could find back then. We change time. We need to change the length. Actually, not in here. That's kind of stupid. Okay, in the initialization. Wait, we change? We don't change. Do we change? We do change. What do I want to change again? The scale, the size, the massiveness, yes. Hey, it's never too late to learn about memes. That's a good one. I like that one. Trust me, I am using SQL with that bot. I'm fairly certain you can't use any SQL injection. But it's actually funny that you came up with that. Because I did consider that. Don't need a top and bottom. I mean, there's probably some other good images. But we can't use them for that, unfortunately. I wish we could. But true, it is. I mean, to be fair, I'm not even letting users really put something in. But you can put a command in chat that is going to interact with the database without user input. But it's still using like prepared statements and stuff. As the SQL textbook example, pretty much. I mean, that's what you should do. That's the smart thing to do. That's why I kind of enjoyed making the Switch bot. That was like my first actual API project where I could like combine a lot of different things. And it was kind of fun. No, wait, it's not scale. Whoa, wait. Was it called like length? Length? Size? Oh yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not letting people input their own images. That sounds awful. Well, by the way, I'm so proud of that code that actually scales the text down. Even though actually now that I look at it, okay, the text is so long it doesn't get scaled down properly. But for the most part, it kind of works. Unless you go and get like a ridiculous amount of characters like you just did. The good thing is at least that since it is user input in the text, it does get filtered through my like Twitch block list and stuff, and by Twitch Automod and stuff. So it's at least somewhat secure. But so far I didn't really have issues with people like trying to put in slurs, because I would just ban them instantly. But yeah, that is definitely something to consider. Yeah, I'm kind of happy with how it turned out. It's definitely not perfect. But I mean, honestly, what is in my stream? Pretty much nothing. Yo, thanks for follow. Oh, you know what? I know what the issue is. The issue is that I'm very stupid. And I never even allowed a player to put in a beam length. Very stupid. Thanks for making it, no problem. I mean, honestly, I sometimes forget I even made that. Like every couple of weeks or months, there's like someone popping in, just typing that, and then they just leave. It's kind of funny. Perfection is not having everything being flawless, it's having a lot of small things done just right. That's a nice little message. I like that one. That's cute. Okay, so we have a max length here. And then we just put this in there. Then we can put this here, max length. Which is going to be the distance between the two holes. Which is going to be constant. Yeah, should be. And we also need to disable collision. Just, I mean, actually it doesn't matter. Actually, I mean, maybe if we put the holes like the outside of the arena. Tile, collision. What is it called? Tile collide. False. Boom. Alright. It's gonna be perfect now. God damn, look at that chonker. Oh yeah, we have some rendering issues. There was like one flag we can change. What's that flag? It had like some super weird name. What would that be? Number hits updates. Okay, we need to go back in time. Let's check our old mod. So I'm pretty sure I used that before. Pretty sure. In our very scuffed death ray. It's this one. Okay, no one, I didn't find it. Draw screen check fluff. I have no idea what that means. But we need this line. Okay, now it should be the perfect death ray. So true, brother. So true. But I know no matter where you are, you see it. Also, I mean, it's kind of, it's a little bit off. I mean, honestly, it doesn't actually look that bad. I actually thought it would look way worse. Of course, we need to change the distance a bit. The timing, maybe the transparency. The issue is we can't change the color too much. Color doesn't work too well with the texture. That's the question. Is that what we want to do? Both worlds had the same warp shader that the pillars use when the barriers break. I know, like, the effect, that's a little bit like a shockwave, yeah. If that's what I mean. But I'm not sure we could use that here. I mean, actually, you know what? I actually kind of know what you mean, because it distorts everything a little bit, right? It's like some sort of blur a little bit. The thing is, as a matter of fact, we actually have the shader. Like, I found it. Tried like applying it to the shield texture of the boss, and it looked horrific. And we can actually try and just activate that shader. Because I think we still have the code somewhere. Probably in the shield draw? Oh yeah, it's this one. I found it. Did you send it? Ray trace black holes in Noida. Damn, that's badass. I mean, I would love to have a shader like that. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how. Because I mean, I know we can like pass multiple images in a shader. But like, which ones would I even pass? I mean, I actually don't know. I have no idea. I would love to have this. I mean, it's definitely possible if you just know what you're doing. Definitely. Actually, doesn't kind of Nameless Deity do that? Honestly, I'm so jealous of this boss, man. This boss still looks so cool. Okay, that's the black hole. I mean, it does some sort of warp effect. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so, give me one sec. So we can look into that shader. It shouldn't be too hard to find. Unless the shaders aren't in the repo. But I mean, they should. Auto-loaded effects, I guess. Shader. Where would I put this? Update? Psychedelic after image. I don't think that's it. Screen no. Primitives, maybe. Bro, how do you even write that many shaders? That's crazy. Is that a black hole? That'll make it easier. No. Okay, maybe you should figure out how this attack is called first. I think that would probably help a lot. NPC, bosses, deity, behaviors? I mean, I don't know. What is it called? I don't think it's this. Was it phase 2? I actually don't know how the deity phases work. No, it's not phase 2. Does the black hole explode? I actually don't remember. I kind of closed it already. Thanks. Does that look right? How would I even figure this out if it looks right? I don't even know. Update hands. Yeah, I don't think that's it. But like, that is so much goddamn code, man. Like, how would you call this though? Actually, oh wait, I'm stupid. We should look into projectiles. Actually, is it... Wasn't there projectiles in NPC? Projectiles. Oh, it's probably in here. Falling galaxy could be it. I mean, I would just call it black hole or supernova. Is it a supernova? Grow over time. I don't think that's a black hole. I think that could be it. It says black hole. Wait, did I miss it? Oh my god. But it's two. No, it's not. Black hole hostile. What the hell is this? Quartic easing curves. Huh. Okay, we just need to draw methods. Don't tell me there's no shader. How is there no shader? Unless they applied the shader on the outside? But they do have a pulse rotation color. I don't know. I don't think they're using a shader here. Ah. I think we got the wrong thing. Shaders applied behind the projectile. Honestly, I don't even know how you would do that. I have no idea. I'm not sure if that's... I mean, it's probably possible, honestly, but I have no idea how that would work. But it could be it, yeah. Like, if that is something you can do, that would explain so many things to me. Because right now, the only thing I know, how to apply a shader on your entire screen or on a texture. That is all I know. Running sprite on top of the shader. I mean, I guess if you run it in that order, yeah. And it's technically you could also have like an invisible texture. Put it somewhere. And then render like the thing on top. I guess you could do that. There's probably better ways of doing that. Okay, can we see what it's being used? And to sign into search. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's see if I can find something. Black hole renderer. Oh? Did I find something? I may have found something. Okay, any second now. Is it the late pork moment? There it is. So that is interesting. Like, that kind of sounds like you can just take a texture and just get like an area around it, kind of. There's no shader there. There's so many drawings, man. Okay, this is just for the black hole. Prepare black hole target action. There is no shader here. So I would have to apply it, and there's the shader. It's actually called black hole shader. How do we not find that? Okay, but what do they apply the shader on? They apply the shader on the entire screen. So that's actually how they do it, okay. They just put it on the entire screen, but they just tell the shader where the black hole center is. In texture coordinates, makes sense. Aspect correction factor, oh that's some fancy stuff. Okay, so it's the black hole shader. Real black hole shader. Very fancy name. Okay, I found it. The shader generates a black circle. I don't know, I'm gonna see. Okay, I think that's too much for my peasant brain. Oh my god. Over 100 lines of shader code. Jesus. They do take a noise texture. Wait a minute. Let me do this. What do they put in the noise? Fire noise? Wait, what? Fire noise B. Is that in here? I'm confused. No clue what you're looking at, say man. Quadratic bump. 4 times 4 minus x times 4. Yeah, sure. Hash 13. What is this wizard magic? Sine torus distance. Rotated by. Rodriguez rotation. At least they link like a Wikipedia article. What is the Rodriguez rotation? That's why I'm so scared of like motion blur, man. Oh my god. They are cracked. Like the guy who does Deity and also like the reworked Exomech fight. This guy is crazy. This guy is so good at modding, it's insane. Okay, but that's the actual shader. Rearrange coordinates based on aspect correction makes sense. Distance from black hole? What does he use that? Like camera rotate. Wait, what? Jesus. Look at the distance from the black hole and its edge. Yeah, I have no idea what they're doing. I mean, that's the type of code I feel like you actually need to know exactly what they're doing. Like, I don't know any basics about how to like blur stuff. Sorry, I have no idea what this is. But it is cool that these types of things, they are publicly available and you can just look at them, trying to understand them. At least there's some comments. So if you really want to understand it, it's probably doable with a lot of time. But yeah, maybe not today. Maybe we shall do this another day. So what were we actually doing? Oh yeah, we go back to our peasant stuff. We have a janky death ray. Oh, I actually wanted to try the force field shader and just see if that does anything. I mean, technically we already have a shader. I don't know if you can apply two shaders at the same time, or if the game just explodes. I just want to see. Origin to the center, we already do that. I think the issue is, so if you look at this one, this is where we oriented towards, or like this is the origin. This one is pretty much in the center. The issue here is, I think, that we sample the beam texture at like discrete points. And we can either take a full slice or no slice. And we had like a little bit left over distance that we had to cover. So we put one slice too much. I think that's why it like goes above the center. Because I assume that's what you mean. Why it looks so off. Okay, let's see. I feel like my game is gonna explode if I do that. But I mean, what can break if you just put a random shader on, right? Yeah, it doesn't really do anything. We probably need to set a bunch of parameters that we don't even know what they are. Yeah. So unfortunately we can't look into this one. Unless I find like this random GitHub repo that I found like a couple of weeks ago where they decompiled the vanilla shaders. But it's not gonna happen today. Okay, we need to change the depth rate. I think it should be more transparent. That would be kind of cool. And I guess we just try and see if we just reduce the distance by what? Maybe 50. Maybe that's gonna look right. Random magic number. Also, what's wrong here? Ah, there's an error somewhere. I don't know where it is though. Am I blind? What's there? Why is it there? Ah. Because I am stupid. Okay, maybe a little bit less transparent. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think about the death ray? Because I think that's gonna make it way better in terms of gameplay. But I really don't know about the visuals. I think it's not horrible. But I don't know. I'm not sure. Must mean the best I could do currently would just recoloring it. And even then, I'm not even sure I would do that with GIMP because it's 3 different textures. I think the biggest issue is the fact that it looks so different than the black holes. Because the black holes, they look kind of like something outside of Terraria. Something that's like not natural to the game. And it definitely has like very much the normal Terraria like art style. But again, that would be perfect to make sure that we separate the player to one side. I mean, the thing is, we can't make it separately. Like first do all the gameplay and then the visuals. Like we need a baseline of visuals. Because like, for example, it's still a massive difference if you use a projectile or a death ray. Right? So we kind of need to decide if we want to stick with the death ray or not. Like, I think I would still prefer if we can do this without a death ray, but just projectiles. However, just realize if we don't use a death ray and we use projectiles, it would be kind of hard to like prevent the player from just going through still. Actually, maybe not. Actually, no, because we have a lot of projectiles in the middle. The player's gonna have an iframe of 1. So if you go through the middle, trying to go to the easy side, you're probably just gonna get shredded in 2 seconds. Probably, yeah. But we just can't make the projectiles work really. One color at the origin, one at the other. I mean, is it impossible? Most likely no. But I'm not sure how that would work out. If we can do manual recoloring and then interpolate based on distance. But doing this with a shader, I mean, I guess technically we could put the interpolant in the shader and do that. I mean, we can do a quick proof of concept. That shouldn't be super hard. So draw the base and base color, makes sense. And take some backup color. Color, interpolated color, whatever. Related. Okay, we do need to recompute this somehow. Can we just do progress divided by beam length? I guess that would work. Okay, let's just say we go from our default color to... I don't know, let's do something, I don't know, red. And our coefficient is gonna be progress divided by beam length. Are these ints? They could be ints. They are not ints. Cool. And then we use that color instead. which is probably gonna look horrible. Because this texture sucks at actually using colors that you tell it to. But again, proof of concept. You know, it's probably gonna look very segmented. Actually, it doesn't look horrible. You definitely see the segments. But I thought it would be way worse. But yeah, we could definitely use a shader, yeah. I think I wouldn't know how we could do that. So we don't have like these nasty segments. But we still have like the issue that it looks nothing like the black holes, right? I need like some other depth ray texture if we really want to make this work, but again, it's going to be really hard if it's supposed to have like a similar art style. So I'm thinking we just go to towards projectiles again, trying to make that work. Yeah, I do think so. Does it mean it's not like it didn't work out at all, right? We just need to figure out how we make them a little bit more spread out in the beginning. You know, the issue is then again, we kinda need to spawn them instantly in the beginning. Right, because we want to force the player to be somewhere down here. Then we have the barrage of projectiles, so you can't go the other side, which is easier to dodge. I mean, or we keep the player down here for like 10 seconds, which I think is probably kind of pointless. But yeah, I think that's a play. I believe so. Like, the biggest issue I have with this approach is, depending on our arena, our final arena, if we're down here, like, you can't really see what's going on. I guess what we would need to do, keep the player like somewhere here. Right, and then you can kind of see like the black holes. They would probably like grow in place, shoot projectiles, and then slowly start to rotate, because right now they instantly start to rotate. So while you're here, you realize there's two black holes, there's projectiles between them, and they get bigger and start to rotate. So then we would only need to keep the player for maybe like 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I mean, that should be easy to do. To just grab the player and just keep him in place for a couple seconds. It shouldn't be a big deal. Unless my game crashes 50 times again trying to teleport a player. That would be a bit of an issue. So yeah, we just ignore that fray for now. Hey, we had a good time trying it though. We tried our best. Okay, so back to projectiles. I think we go away from like the idea of having like the angle change over time, even though I still like the idea. You know what, let me try the idea again. See what went wrong. Arena limiter would help like Yaron has. I mean, I was thinking about something like that. For maybe some patterns. But I think that's not really one of those. Even though I guess it could be nice if we can just put it like at the edge of the arena. That could actually be kind of nice. The question would be, what would that arena thingy look like? That's the hard question. Oh yeah, but actually don't spawn projectiles now. Yeah, I mean, I do get it, and it does sound handy. But again, a question would be, what would it be? How would it look like? Right. I mean, I can do something like the Yaron thing. That looks really cool and good, so I can really do that. I mean, the best I have is like some of these fire textures. Which I guess could kinda work. Like a Yaron type big fire thing. Or like left right. We probably want something more circular. Anyway, I do have a couple other fire ones as well, but we couldn't use any of those for like a circle. Unless we like put them all in a circle, I guess. I don't know if that would look good. I guess it depends how big the texture is. Okay, but going back to this stuff right now. So for some reason, we still have the issue that the black hole, like right now, it's like pushing out a bunch of projectiles that don't get sucked in. Because it's like the opposite side. Unless they somehow get the curve. But in the beginning of the pattern, We don't have that at all. Which just does make sense because we limit the angle. Actually, wait. Don't we just need to increase the angle and it works? Wait. I mean, I kind of know what you mean, but I think it's easier said than done. To be fair, what I really want to do with this boss is I want to do something similar to what Infernum Calamitous does. Right, we have the arena, but the outside of arena is like a bunch of like flame type stuff and lines. And I do want to have something like that for like the outside of my arena. And if we have that going, we could also use that for something like you're describing. Right, where we just have a circle and then we apply the same effect on the outside and you just take damage once you leave that circle. But if we had that, we could do that. But how we make that, I don't know. I'll probably have to look into what... Actually, I think I looked into the shader once, but I used like some texture, I think, for it that I didn't look for some reason. It's been a while. Oh yeah, that would be ideal. Because then I would probably just use that for stuff with limited area. Probably. The thing is 5 or 4 is 45 degrees, right? That is the smallest we start. Which means the smallest one, in the smallest case, we subtract 45 and add 45 for 2 angles. Which means if we hit it... I mean, it kind of does make sense. It should have this range, which it kind of has, yeah. I mean, we need to start with something bigger, I guess. Because it doesn't have too much spread. As Pyro 2. We need more spread. It's still, it just doesn't spread enough, man. Which just made me think, maybe it's not the spread, but it just gets sucked into art. I need to look at that again. I mean, if you look at some of those, like they're actually just looking that way. 1, 2... It's like 5 frames and they're completely rotated to the right side. But then over time, it kind of becomes less strong. Why is that the way it is? Let me see. I mean, that's kind of cool. Can't even deny that. Anime, something like that would be cool, yeah. Okay, and the issue I'm having is how do we do this as a shader? What's easy? Right, we just give the shader a position, a radius, and then we can do like this funny color lerp here, right? That's no big deal. But the outside, like that's the part that's hard. Because I mean, just having it like constant black, I don't think that looks too good. An option to clip a texture on top of another, like do layers. Do you mean you kind of have like two transparent images that you just put on top of each other? Is that what you mean? I mean, you could do that. In theory, at least. We should probably like figure something out with noise. Or something. I mean, I don't know if that's the direction you're going towards. But it could be interesting if you have like some noise, some texture that has like some flames or whatever. And we have like our normal shader, which normally renders everything black. And based on a noise texture, some of these sections we just say, okay, render the other texture or something. Or like blend them more or whatever. Put one layer on top of another, we make it clipped layer below, so top of the image. But with if you say draw stuff on the image, you mean only places that are not transparent, I assume. Right? I mean, technically, is that hard to do? I don't think so. I mean, what do we put in this shader? Texture-wise. So we have like this mask texture. And that's all really. But then how do we make it look nice? Right, because if I say draw every pixel black, but if the corresponding pixel in our other texture has an alpha greater 0, then choose a different color. But I can't really imagine how that would look good. Right, because if you had something like this and we would just say, okay, draw this one in red. It's not gonna look very good, probably. So we probably still need like some noise map to at least randomize the color value slightly. And then we also still have the issue that it's just going to be a static PNG, pretty much, right? Where we just replace some colors. And like again, I would love to have something like Inferno. Anything recent? 2 years? I mean, they already do it here. Like something like that. That is like the best case, I think. That looks so cool. Look at the outside of the arena, man. That is so cool. I would love something like this. It just looks so good. There's also a blue version of that, which looks even better. You can make a loop with vertical movement. I guess we can, yeah. So we just put in like a time parameter, slap that into like a sine or cosine, and based on that offset the pixel that we sample, or something like that. Okay, I can see that. That makes sense. Now the bigger issue is then wave distortion. That sounds pretty hard. It sounds like it goes pretty deep into the maths and stuff. I mean, well, we already did it earlier. Let me see if we can find the shader for this. Infernum GitHub. I mean, they'd probably do something similar to that, right? Actually, wait, is it rotated? For like the different sides, or is it always sideways? It's sideways, right? I think it's always sideways. Yeah, the bottom is also sideways, okay. Overlay? Maybe. Background distortion shader. I mean, it doesn't look super complicated. Maybe I should actually see where that's being used. What's that called? Background distortion shader. It kind of sucks that I can't Google on the stream browser. Okay, they use that shader for Ceaseless Void and for the final credits. I don't see Calamitous though. I mean, that could be it. That's some wave texture that is stacked on top. That could be it. Okay, let me see. I found a couple of shaders. We can probably figure out which one we need, right? Screen shader. What are these then? It's probably screen shaders, right? Boss bar, shadow. Please tell me they at least have good names for this one. Oh! I think we found it. That has to be it. The Skull Screen Shader. Gotta be this one. Actually, I don't want to look for this. It's too much effort. .fx? What is it called? Wait, what? ARM. That is not how I know you can use shaders. didn't even know you can like override apply. What does that even do? No status, hello. Looking at shaders currently. Wait, you're telling me the shader changes based on her life? There is no damn way, bro. Okay, so they do change based on which music you use. I actually do know that. I'm looking in Infernum Calamitas for like this shader on the outside. For this one. Because this one is pretty cool. Various matrix calculations to transform the arena to UV coordinate space, bro. Oh my god. God damn. God damn. Okay, we're not looking into that. Wait, make the backgrounds change based on who's singing in the track? You're actually kidding me. Nah, bro, there's no way. These guys are just flexing at this point. God damn. Alright, man, get some dinner. I'll probably call it soon, though. So, in case you won't return, then have a good night already. Or I guess good day, if you're getting dinner. As it's pretty early for you. But yeah, thanks. Even though I think we're probably not going to make too much progress today. At least from now on. I mean, there's a bunch of cool stuff here, right? But where's the actual shader code? That's what I want to know. I have no idea. I mean, if you can find the actual shader file, we can probably figure this out. But I don't know where it is. Okay, let me maybe search harder. Maybe I can find it. Filter scene. What if you look for that scene? I mean, you just Google Infernum GitHub, and then you're on the GitHub. Same with like most big Terraria mods. They all have like public GitHubs. But I don't know where the shader file is. Or what it's called even. I mean, they have to have one, right? Is there any chance that right here is the shader code that we just looked at? No way, right? Wait. Shader.parameters. Wait. Okay, what do we call this? Where do we call this? Oh my god, I found it. It's called the Fire BG Shader. Oh my god. At least I think that's what it's called. Oh, is it? Oh, wait, actually, maybe it's not. Wait. Wait. Okay, no, it's called the Scal Fire BG Shader. There it is. Okay, give me 1 sec to cook. Oh my god, I found it. Jesus, that took forever. Let's try to understand a single line of this. So they use 4 images. They get a color, a secondary color, screen resolution, position, target position, a direction, opacity, time, intensity, progress, image sizes, image offset, saturation, some rectangle, a zoom, some data, and the arena. And if it's calamitous. Cool. But that's interesting that they check in the shader if you're in the arena. Wait, technically that doesn't make any sense though, does it? Because you check... Oh wait, never mind, I'm stupid. They check not for a player, but for each pixel if it's in the arena. Actually, yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah. So if a pixel is not in the arena, you want to shade it. Okay, they have an inverse lerp, cool. Rectangular distance. I thought it's called like a Manhattan distance, unless it's a different thing. Okay, that is the entire shader. Okay, they get the center. Okay. They get the rectangular distance, which I would assume is just Manhattan distance. From the center to somewhere else. Yo, moment, welcome back. It does use noise. Noise 1, text view image. Okay, so it just uses noise plus fancy calculation 2 times. It kind of averages it. It kind of fades it. Okay, noise color. Wait, where do we even use inside arena? Do we even use this in here? Am I blind? They don't even use this in here. Okay, it's just there. I guess. But okay, I mean, it doesn't look crazy complicated. So bigger question is, what is the noise image? What is the base image? Actually, wait, do we even have a base image? I mean, we use image 1. That's the only image we use, right? Okay, I guess we also use image 0 as our default background kind of thing. So image 2 is just going to be your entire screen, probably. And image 1, I guess, is a noise map. But as far as I know, you can just generate a noise map in Terraria, unless they have like some fancy code for that. As far as I know, there's like no methods for that. Okay, so let me go back and figure out whether we fill this with stuff. Use opacity, effect prio, cool. We're supposed to do, I mean, just sleep, man. I think it's time to rest. I mean, just ignore it. That's what I would do. I mean, or call the police, I guess. Mod scene effect instance, but where do they set that though? If I was a cool shader, where would I get activated? Where would that be? Is that it? There's no way that's it. Okay, that's not it. I mean, it has to be in here, right? Where we were before. I mean, it has to be in here. Oh. Use image, grayscale water. What the hell is grayscale water? I mean, is that a fancy word for noise? Maybe. Maybe, schmaybe. I don't know. I mean, the boss is kind of scuffed right now. We're like in the middle of making a new attack. But sure. It's like very experimental currently. Just spawns like two rotating black holes, kind of. I guess a black and a white hole. It slowly spiral into each other at some point. I still really like this part, besides the projectiles. They kind of ruin it. Ah, yeah, that's what it looks like so far. At least this attack. Yeah, it still needs a lot of cooking. It's like nowhere near done. Grayscale water, man. I have no idea what that is. I actually have no idea. Okay, they do use some sort of noise. Is it in here, maybe? No. Gradients. Okay, that's a small image. Ooh, wait a minute. I found the noise. Oh. Oi. Okay. How's that noise? That is the coolest noise I've seen in my entire life. What type of attacks? It's gonna be a lot of bullet hell attacks, a lot of gimmick type attacks that has some type of mechanic to it. It's gonna be a lot of very different funky stuff. Is there anything else that we could maybe use? Is there like this water noise in there? Smoky noise. Where do you even find these images? How do you find these? Cultist Ray map? What? God damn. Is that image? So basically, it's just noise. But it's very cool noise that we can use to do cool stuff like this. I mean, how do you even make noise like that? Like, what would that algorithm even look like? I mean, I believe technically it's not stealing because of the license they have. What is the license again? I mean, permissions were granted free of charge to any person obtaining a copy, including, without limitation, the rights use, copy, modify, merge, publish, and so on. So based on that license, we can't just take that. Unless I read this wrong. I mean, of course, I would give credit, right, if I use it. Of course. It's kind of hard to give credit to a noise picture, but as I put it somewhere. But there's even a little summary up here. Commercial use, modification, distribution, private use. But yeah, that is a fire image, literally. Oh, no, I can't undo. If we're in a circle, we just render nothing. So we just return the background, the normal screen. If you're outside the radius, I guess what I would do, we pass a time in the shader, use like some cosine, sine, fancy stuff, to shift this somewhere. So we sample somewhere else on the texture. Right? So let's say we want to render this pixel. Then using like sine, I don't know. Actually, no, sine is sine Y or X, I don't know. Kind of, we like go up here and pick like this one. So like the entire image is kind of offset. The question is, how would it look like if we are up here and we kind of loop around and take this one? Also, it kind of looks like it wraps to itself, but I can't really tell if it really does. But it kind of looks like it. Because, I mean, if it does, then that shouldn't be an issue at all. But then the question is, how do we actually apply this? So we have like this value from our noise, which, like, what is that value? I mean, it's a grayscale value, but it has a grayscale value and it has a transparency. How do we use that to draw like whatever color we want? Let's say we want to draw like orange, right? Which is like a 4D vector. I guess technically it's 3D if we do full transparency, full opacity. I guess we would just override the transparency to that of the noise. And we multiply the grayscale value with every component of the orange RGB value. So it has like the same shade as the noise pixel. I think that's what I would try. Yeah, I mean, honestly, now I feel way more confident with shaders, because in my mind, noise images are literally just... I mean, we can look them up probably. Noise image. Like, that's what I was expecting. Right? They have like these images. Would I open this? Whatever. They have like these images, and somehow they make like these magical things. These magical animations. That's what I was thinking. But I'm so glad they actually have something that is humanly understandable. That is so good. Is the XMP compiler what is it called? I think it's called FXC. So if you use that, you compile into FXC, not XMB, which is what most mods do. They do make XMB files. But as far as I can tell, it doesn't really matter. Like, the only downside I have is I can only compile shaders up to version 2.0, but Terraria supports up to 3.0. So there may be some features that I just can't use, which hopefully isn't too tragic. But yeah. Yo, Dennis, hello. But honestly, I think I'm gonna call it here. Now, we didn't make a lot of progress with the attack, but we made a lot of progress with our research. Which honestly, I think that's going to be more important in the long term. Isn't that right? So yeah. We will probably not continue this tomorrow. I think tomorrow is a collab, I believe. I kind of need to talk with some people again. I think we play the funny co-op game tomorrow. So we probably continue this on Saturday. Yeah, probably. Unless it spontaneously doesn't work out. We see. But anyway, gamers. Have a good night, y'all. Thanks for watching. Stay geeky, chat. And I see you all the next time we will cook. Until then. Bye-bye.